The evening had only just settled across the little town when the traveler lay down to rest, though the word travel felt too quick for what this person did. They were not a hurried sort of traveler, moving from city to city with clattering wheels and rattling bags. They were a dreamer, gentle of heart and unhurried by time. Someone who liked to linger by doorways, watching the way twilight painted rooftops violet and how shadows grew long like velvet ribbons across a quiet street. It was while lying beneath such clouds, soft as wool, that the dreamer felt themselves slipping into a sleep so slow, so deep, that it almost seemed to sink like rain through the roots of the earth. At first, there was only silence, a deep and endless field of hush. Then came a sound, a breeze, distant yet familiar, carrying with it the scent of water, of fresh greenery, and something ancient that trembled like an echo on the skin. When the dreamer opened their eyes, they were no longer in their quiet bedroom. They were standing on a wide meadow that stretched farther than the eye could reach. The air was warm but not heavy, and every inhale seemed to glide gently into the chest like a lullaby one could breathe. The grass was tall, taller than the dreamer's waist, and its blades swayed together, moving with a rhythm as steady as a rocking cradle. The sky above was pale, as if dawn lingered forever in the heavens, painted silver by a sun not yet risen, yet not fully hidden. Out by the horizon, there was a line of slow-rolling hills, their crests softened by mist. Each hill seemed to rise and bow like the curve of some vast creature resting comfortably, almost asleep itself. The dreamer smiled faintly, and without thought, took a single step forward, hearing beneath their feet the whisper of earth older than memory. One step became another, and soon it felt as though the dreamer were gliding rather than walking, carried across the meadow on a current of calm air. It was then that they saw the first of them. From behind the tall reeds along a gentle, winding river, a long neck appeared, rising slowly and gracefully, like a tree lifting toward sunlight. Its length shimmered in muted gold where the light touched it. Soon followed the broad shoulders, the round and mighty body, and the heavy yet delicate legs that pressed softly into the earth. A dinosaur, vast, peaceful, breathtaking, stood there, half in water, half on land, dipping its head into the river and lifting it again to let cool droplets fall like jewels. The dreamer felt no fear, for there was no sound of warning or menace in the air. Instead, there was only stillness, reverence, as though the land itself was quietly singing about this moment. They stood in awe, watching the creature sigh out a breath, a giant's exhale that stirred the meadow in soft ripples. As the dinosaur turned lazily, the dreamer had the sudden, surprising feeling that it had noticed them, not in alarm, but with gentle curiosity, as though greeting a new player in a very, very old symphony. So the dreamer raised a hand, slowly and respectfully, and whispered, though their voice seemed to spread wider than their own throat, "Hello." To their amazement, the dinosaur leaned down, not close, but nearer, lowering its long, beautiful neck so its eyes shimmered like twin lakes just beyond reach. The gaze was steady, calm as a pool unbroken by rain. Perhaps it was imagination, or perhaps dreams are simply a wider reality. But the dreamer thought they saw understanding there, a friendly acknowledgement, the soft recognition one gives to the arrival of someone kind. Time no longer moved in familiar ways. Minutes may have passed, or perhaps hours, though they flowed as smoothly as river water around stone. Eventually, as the dreamer continued their walk, the dinosaur accompanied them at a distance, parallel, its steps so large and slow that they seemed like rolling waves keeping pace with a small boat. The meadow unfurled around them, groves of ferns taller than houses, streams that made a music of delicate trickling, and flowers whose petals glowed in colors deeper than any paint. A skybird, vast of wings, soared overhead with no hurry, gliding on currents unseen but deeply felt, its silhouette a calm crescent against the dawn-colored heavens. The dreamer whispered again, to themselves, perhaps to the world, how peaceful it was. They did not need words of explanation. Being here was enough. At every turn, the landscape welcomed them gently. A stand of cycads leaned together like companions in quiet conversation. A cluster of dragonflies, wonderfully oversized, drifted through the air, their bodies glinting emerald and sapphire. The river wound alongside the meadow's edge, shining in slow, silken curves, carrying light as if it were liquid glass. The dinosaur, still walking nearby, bent once more to drink, releasing slow ripples that spread outward across the dreamer's reflection on the surface. The movement lulled the dreamer into an even deeper sense of rest, as though the world were cleaning away every trace of hurry, every strand of worry. Above, the sky shifted gently, not toward noon, nor toward night, just into a steady twilight that seemed to last forever, a timeless cushion. And as the traveler considered this strange place, they understood with tenderness that there was no need for destination, no need for urgency. The entire journey here was simply about being, noticing, breathing, and drifting deeper into a long, comforting dream. Their eyes grew heavier, in the way that one might smile at the approach of sleep, welcoming its embrace. They sat beneath a fern whose leaves unfolded overhead like a green umbrella, their texture soft against the light. The dinosaur lingered nearby, lowering its neck once more as if to say, "It is good that you are here. Rest is welcome. All is safe." And so the dreamer closed their eyes again, though in truth they had never quite opened them. With every breath, they sank deeper into the peace of this land of gentle giants, carried on a lullaby that belonged not to any single creature, but to the entire world. Insects humming low, river whispering, leaves brushing each other in hushed voices of wind. The chapter ended not with a conclusion, but with an opening, as all beginnings do. For the dreamer was only at the start of their wandering, and the land of dinosaurs stretched endless and calm around them. But for now, it was enough to know that they were here, safe and slow, in a world older than human footsteps, yet tender as a cradle song. And with that, the dream folded softly, like the closing of a book that knew it would be opened again tomorrow, when more quiet adventures awaited beneath the timeless prehistoric sky. The dreamer awoke, or perhaps simply shifted, beneath the green canopy of the towering fern, finding that the soft, quiet presence of the long-necked dinosaur still lingered near. It stood like a patient sentinel at the water's edge, glazing the river's surface with its reflection. A morning mist curled lightly along the banks, wrapping tree roots and reeds in a veil so delicate it seemed barely present, as if woven from whispers. When the dreamer stretched, their limbs felt light, easy, almost like water taking the shape of its cup. The ground beneath them was soft, mossy, and scented faintly of ancient wood. Beside the moss was a path not carved by human feet, but worn gently over ages by creatures much larger, each step leaving quiet hollows pressed into the earth. With peaceful curiosity, the traveler rose and began to follow the trail, the long-necked companion ambling nearby, looking almost like a steamboat gliding along a liquid plain, its body so enormous, yet its movement utterly silent. The track curved alongside the river. Here, the water was broad and clear, like a great mirror. Silver fish, smooth and glinting gently, swam near the surface with hardly a ripple. They seemed in no rush, meandering in slow arcs as though they too were part of this unhurried land. The dreamer crouched by the water's edge, placing fingertips lightly into the cool surface. The sensation was fresh, smooth, and inviting, a kindness that seeped through their hands and into their chest. Each ripple spread outward, as if carrying their touch across to the opposite bank, like a message written not in words but in circles of light. Farther along, the tall grass gave way to clusters of cycads, their rounded crowns steady as lanterns of green. Between these groves appeared new shapes, smaller dinosaurs, creatures the size of ponies grazing by the ferns, their beaked mouths plucking leaves one at a time with patient rhythm. Each movement was gentle, deliberate. When they noticed the dreamer, they lifted their heads, not startled, but serene. Their bright dark eyes shimmered like drops of polished obsidian, curious yet utterly at peace. The dreamer offered a soft nod, like one neighbor greeting another on a sleepy lane. From among the herd, one of the small dinosaurs gave a quiet call, a sound both flute-like and low, carrying through the trees like music played by breath through a wooden hollow. It was a simple tune, if one could call it that, but it resonated through the dreamer with unexpected warmth. Moving gently onward, the dreamer's steps were accompanied by an orchestra of soft noises, rustling leaves, distant flowing water, the occasional deep note from the enormous long-necked guardian walking parallel through the grass, and now these lilting calls of the smaller foragers. A song of the land arose, uncomposed, yet perfect in its harmony. The river continued forward until eventually it widened into a broad lagoon, a still pool framed with tall horsetails swaying like feathery curtains. Here, the air seemed especially tranquil. Dragonflies skimmed across the mirror-like water, wings flashing green in sunlit arcs. A breeze passed through, rippling the surface and making it resemble a field of glistening silver threads. The dreamer paused, settling onto a sun-warmed stone along the bank. This was no ordinary pool. It felt like an opening into another layer of the world. The sky above reflected so clearly that for a moment it was uncertain whether one was gazing at the heavens or glancing downward into watery stars. As if on cue, larger shapes began to appear overhead. A flock of flying reptiles, their broad wings stretched gracefully, glided across the skyline in slow synchronization. They were quiet, almost weightless, as if the air itself carried them with affection. Their wings traced shadows on the ground below, moving like drifting clouds. The dreamer tilted their head back, watching with wide-eyed calmness. The way they sailed, effortless, utterly free, stirred a soft swelling in the chest, not of longing, but of being gently reminded of possibilities. Soft footsteps drew closer. The large dinosaur had approached the lagoon as well, bending its long neck and dipping once more for water. The presence of the giant added a grounding hum to the airy flight above, reminding the dreamer of balance. The sky belonged to birds and winged reptiles, yet the earth belonged to these steady-shouldered behemoths. Together they formed a still, complete circle. The dreamer leaned forward, whispering as one might to the breeze. It all feels like a lullaby the land keeps playing, over and over. And though there was no reply in words, the rustling of reeds echoed in agreement. Rested, the traveler decided not to hurry down river, but to explore among the ferns that clung to the shore. The light here was dappled, scattered by tall trees with trunks swelling at the base in rounded majesty. They reached toward the sky, dominating the forest like stately guardians. It was here, in the embrace of these gentle shadows, that the dreamer encountered another dinosaur. This one stern-looking, yet calm. A ceratopsian, horned and fin-collared, emerged slowly from the bushes. Its bulk was powerful, but its eyes, sweet and thoughtful, watched kindly. As it stepped into the clearing, it chewed leisurely on mouthfuls of low shrubs, leaving the sound of crunching branches and torn leaves to mingle with the forest music. When it noticed the dreamer, it paused for a small, suspended moment. Then, lowering its head with quiet dignity, the great beast resumed grazing, signaling that no harm was meant. The dreamer approached slowly, stopping at a respectful distance, grateful simply to share the same space. Some time passed like that. Creature eating, traveler watching, both resting in the acceptance of each other's company. Eventually, the dreamer leaned against the root of an ancient tree, allowing eyelids to droop halfway. Birds, tiny, feathered, with voices like bells, darted lightly around the clearing. Some perched upon the ceratopsian's collar crest, pecking gently, as if tidying scraps of bark from its skin. It did not mind. Indeed, it almost seemed to enjoy their presence, tilting its massive head slightly when one sang a trill just near its jaw. The dreamer exhaled again, soft and heartfelt, realizing that time did not need marking in such a place. Hours, days, seasons, it all blurred into one flowing pattern, as the river's current itself carried every moment peacefully forward. By the time twilight settled in the forest, though in dreams twilight might last as long as it desires, the dreamer returned to the lagoon's shore. Here, the surface of the water caught the first shimmer of evening stars. One by one, tiny dots of glowing white bloomed across the heavens above, while their twins twinkled in the reflection below. It was as though the lagoon were a bridge, not of wood or stone, but of mirrored light that joined earth to sky. The great long-necked companion was still nearby, body now silhouetted against the glittering dome. Its form looked like a mountain rising at the edge of eternity, calm, certain, eternal. The dreamer stepped forward, dipping a hand once again into the pool. Cool ripples circled outward, setting starlight trembling across the reflected tapestry. As the traveler watched these soft dances of light, a hush deeper than any silence wrapped itself around them like a blanket. Leaning back upon the moss, they tucked arms beneath their head and stared upward, letting eyes blur softly at the constellations. Somewhere, faintly, a chorus of nighttime insects began their humble harmony, 1,000 gentle strings plucked in measureless time. The lagoon whispered with each movement, reflecting both firefly glow and shimmering stars, until the line between water and sky was gone completely. Sleep drifted closer again. The dreamer felt it in the weight of their eyelids, in breaths that came long and gentle. It was not the kind of sleep that meant the end of the story, but rather the kind that guided one deeper into its embrace. The dinosaurs nearby seemed to feel it too. The ceratopsian dozed near the tree lean, its heavy body resting calm, sides rising and falling like a mountain sighing. The great long neck stood poised like a sculpture, but its eyes were half closed, head tilted as though nodding along with the quiet night song. Overhead, the winged shapes had vanished to distant roosts, leaving behind an endless sky of soft lights. The dreamer whispered, this time not a greeting, not a question, but a thank you. The words left their lips like feathers carried on air, finding their way among branches, water, and stars. And the response came not in speech, but in a feeling, warmth spreading out, unexplainable but certain. A sense that they belonged completely to this dream, to the dinosaurs, to the glowing lagoon, and to the velvet sky. The dreamer's breathing slowed. The stars twinkled. The world hushed itself lower and lower, as if rocking an infinite cradle. And so, Chapter 2 folded closed with the softness of night. All things breathed one long sigh together, and the dreamer, floating between waking and sleep, let themselves be carried safely into the deeper stretches of the dream world, the lagoon's water and the night sky shimmering as one infinite lullaby. The dreamer did not so much awaken as drift upward, like a leaf rising slowly on a warm current of air. They were still in the world of dinosaurs, still wrapped within the wide harbor of prehistoric calm, where each moment was stretched long and soft like a yawn before bed. They lay for a while in silence, upon a bed of moss so deep and springy that it seemed a kindly hand had laid it there expressly for rest. The limestone stone of the lagoon still glittered nearby, though the stars above had now faded into a soft blue early morning sky. The air was fresh, touched with dew, with a fragrance of earth and leaf and flowing water that hinted at an eternal season of calm. The long-necked giant, companion of quiet steps, stood grazing along the far bank. It moved in a pattern so steady it lulled the mind without effort, neck rising, sweeping gently, lowering, pausing, then lifting again. A rhythm as constant as a heartbeat, as if nature itself breathed through the Titan creature. The dreamer rose and stretched, joints moving not with the stiffness of mornings at home, but rather like flowing streams continuing their path effortlessly onward. Ahead stretched a forest, wide and tall, its trunks soaring high like stone columns, its canopy gathered thick above in canopies of fern-like leaves stretching countless fronds outward, shading the ground in eternal twilight green. The dreamer felt drawn toward it. as though the trees whispered welcome, and so with unhurried steps they entered. Beneath the trees, the air became cooler, scented with green and life. The sound of the river softened to a distant murmur, replaced by the creaking sway of branches. Shafts of sunlight managed to fall here and there in patches, like golden coins scattered along the earth. In these bright pools, tiny prehistoric insects glittered on wings as delicate as lace. The forest floor was soft. Every step was cushioned with layers of fallen fronds and velvet moss. Ferns grew higher than the dreamer's head, with fronds that curled delicately at their tips, spiraling softly as though nature enjoyed painting inside its own corners. After some wandering, a faint rumble rolled through the stillness. It was not alarming. Rather, it was deep and soothing, like the distant purr of the earth. The dreamer paused, listening. Soon, shapes emerged between the trees. A herd of gentle giants, the same kind of long-necked dinosaurs, though smaller than the first companion perhaps, walked slowly together, tails swishing like pendulums, heads bobbing in patience. Between their legs, in the shadows of massive bodies, moved their young. The hatchlings were not small, but compared to their parents they seemed delicate, curious, wandering close to the ferns and batting playfully at dragonflies with stubby snouts. The herd rumbled together, not in words, but in deep, resonant notes so low they seemed to travel through the chest rather than the ears. It was like listening to a sound made of earth itself, a call and reply of comfort traded among them. The dreamers stood quietly, heart warmed by the sight. They did not rush forward. Instead, they simply let the herd drift past, like a slowly moving river of life. One of the younglings paused, turning its wide, dark eyes toward the stranger. It blinked once, head tilting, before returning hurriedly to the safety of a mother's legs. Even so, curiosity lingered in its glance, a connection of wonder shared across time. Above, in the canopy, smaller creatures stirred. Feathered reptiles, colorful with faint shades of amber and teal, skipped from branch to branch, examining the herd below without alarm. When they leapt, their wings caught light with dazzling clarity, scattering motes of morning into the air. The dreamer's heart soared, though gently, like a lantern rising at dusk. Every sight was part of a greater peacefulness, and in that woven hush, they felt utterly at home among strangers millions of years old. As the herd vanished slowly into deeper green, the traveler continued walking deeper. The forest swelled into an almost cathedral-like vastness, trunks enormous, roots twisting like arches, canopy forming a vaulted ceiling of glowing green. Light flickered through in mottled rivers as if stained glass floated overhead. It was here that a new form appeared, large, broad, powerful. A dinosaur pushed through the shade, an ankylosaur. Its back was armored in rounded plates, mottled brown and green, its tail heavy but swinging gently with unhurried grace. It raised its head slowly from a patch of ferns, chewing with patience. The dreamer stopped still, respecting the presence of this forest guardian. Its armored body glistened with dew, but its eyes again were calm, unthreatening, almost drowsy. A quiet herbivore at heart, though armored by evolution, standing here not to fight, but simply to be. Cautiously yet peacefully, the dreamer stepped closer along the moss, laying a hand on a tree trunk to keep balance. The ankylosaur turned its head, slowly, as large beasts do, regarding the traveler. Time seemed to hold steady. Then, with quiet authority, the armored creature returned to grazing leaves. Acceptance without question. With each bite it chewed, a soft, rhythmic grinding echoed in the still air, a sound that, oddly enough, reminded the dreamer of someone far away calmly nibbling an apple in a summer field. Familiar, comforting. The dreamer settled nearby beneath a tree root, and both watched and were watched, bound not by language but by mutual stillness. Even the beetles crawling on the moss seemed to echo that rhythm. Careful, deliberate, steady, all part of the forest's lullaby. Further on, a murmur grew into gentle song again, the sound of water. The dreamer followed it until they found a narrow stream, flowing like silver string through the ferns. Its water was so clear that pebbles shone neatly beneath it, rounded from centuries of touch. Kneeling, the traveler dipped their hands in. This stream was cooler than the lagoon, almost startling in its freshness, sharpening their senses before fading into calm, much as cool sheets soothe one into curling deeper into bed. Across the water stood a smaller dinosaur, bird-like in stance, with feathers of rust red along its body and a crest as blue as the morning sky. It drank delicately, each sip quiet. Then, noticing the traveler, it chirped, a brief, high note, not unlike the friendly peep of a daytime bird. The dreamer chirped back, mimicking with honest effort. A pause, then another chirp in return. Back and forth they traded meaningless notes, but the exchange itself was meaningful, recognition across impossible difference. The little dinosaur soon scampered off into brush, leaving behind the faint sound of rustling ferns. The dreamer chuckled warmly, the sound blending with the burbling stream. They lay down on the soft ground near the bank, letting the white noise of water fill their ears. The trees swayed above, branches brushing each other in whispers. Some of the smaller flying creatures skimmed over the stream, their wings flashing colors like gemstones. It was all as though the forest breathed out calm in every direction. For a long while, the dreamer allowed eyes to close, body sinking into moss and root, the sound of water slowly cradling them as though rocking them deeper into the dream. When they stirred again, the light had shifted once more. Here in this dreamlike land, the hours did not march, they strolled. Sunbeams grew more honey-colored, painting the ferns warm hues. Following the way back toward the clearing, the dreamer rejoined the distant sight of the long-necked herd. Now they rested in an open meadow dotted with cycads, where the golden light wrapped their enormous backs in halos. The little ones nestled near their parents, curling their necks against the ground. Periodically, enormous parents lowered their heads, brushing mouths tenderly against their young in ancient gestures of care. The dreamer walked softly among them, steps cushioned by grass. A few massive tails swayed lazily, but none gave warning. This place was no land of fear. It was a cradle of concord. They sat at the meadow's center while the herd formed a loose circle around, grazing, sighing, folding themselves slowly into rest. Beyond the horizon, the first stars brightened again, while just above, the sky still burned gently with fading sun. The dreamer exhaled deeply and lay back into the grass. The earth was firm but forgiving. Above, a pterosaur wheeled one last circle, then vanished toward unseen cliffs. The meadow hummed with twilight insects, rising softly in unison with the great bass notes of dinosaurs breathing all around. An entire orchestra, eternal and tender, playing not for drama or applause, but simply because that was the music of being alive here. Sleep touched the dreamer once more, drawing them deeper with every blink, every sigh. They breathed with the herd, steady and slow. The stars danced patiently above while the forest rang with small, gentle calls. All was safe. All was still. And so the third chapter closed as the meadow itself seemed to tuck a blanket of dusk around the dreamer, around the herd, around the entire ancient world, lowering everything into the softness of night. The dreamer drifted awake in the meadow, surrounded by the hush of an ancient herd. The immense bodies of long-necked companions still slumbered in half circles across the grass. Their sides rose and fell like great hills, breathing in rhythm with the earth. Dawn had not yet broken. Instead, the sky was painted in pale lavender, with threads of pearl and rose near the horizon. It was that suspended moment before sunrise, when the world itself seems to hold its breath in delicate anticipation. The dreamer slowly sat up, careful not to disturb the grazing mothers or the quietly dozing calves, and gazed across the expanse. Beyond the line of trees, a faint silhouette revealed itself. Mountains, tall and dignified, wearing caps of mist instead of snow. Their slopes stretched into valleys carved by ancient rivers. Even from this distance, their presence felt comforting, a reminder that the world was vast, yet steadfast, cradling all this life in its arms. The dreamer felt drawn toward them, as though some soft invitation awaited in the valleys below those peaks. Rising quietly, and giving one last appreciative look to the herd, they began their unhurried walk. The way toward the mountains wound through more forest, where dawn became a song in itself. Birds, primitive, feathered with hints of strange colors, called from the canopy with high, flute-like whistles that echoed like gentle woodwinds. A low mist hovered just above the base of the trees, so every footstep released a swirl of pale vapor curling around the ankles like smoke. The air grew cooler as the dreamer walked. The greenery remained lush, but pines now mingled with cycads, their needle tips brushing one another to make faint, sighing whispers. Occasionally, the dreamer paused to listen to streams trickling between moss-laden rocks. Dragonflies, their wings wide as dinner plates, rested silently on reeds, translucent and still as fragments of glass. Eventually, the trees thinned, and before them appeared the first stretch of open valley, vast and inviting. The grass here was shorter, rolling gently. Along the edges, flowering plants bloomed in pale yellows and reds, their colors softened by the morning haze. The dreamer caught their breath, not from exertion but awe. A herd grazed here too, though of a different kind. Ceratopsians, broad and dignified, with frills at their necks like living shields, moved as a community. Some bent their wide beaks to pluck grasses. Others rumbled deeply to each other in tones that rolled across the valley like soft drums. Their horns, curved upward, glistened in dawn's light, but rather than menace, they expressed only solemn beauty, like the proud curvature of a crescent moon. Young ceratopsians walked between the larger ones, their steps clumsy but confident, their calls higher-pitched and sweet. The dreamer drew near slowly, letting feet drag lightly through the grass, so their presence was no surprise. At first, the herd simply paused, watching. One of the elders stepped forward, a massive one, its frill wide and decorated with patterns of blotched color given by sunlight and shadow. The dreamer bowed their head gently, feeling somehow that this respectful gesture was understood. Then, slowly, the elder lowered its own head toward the ground in acknowledgement before returning to grazing. As if such was approval, the rest of the herd returned to their calm rhythm. The dreamer's heart swelled, their breath deepened, and they dared step closer to watch calves tumble playfully across the grass. The sound of their small horns clicking together in mock battles carried like dry twigs tapping softly in winter wind, not threatening, just youthful testing of strength, more game than struggle. The dreamer sat cross-legged where they were and simply watched. It was enough. Beyond the valley stretched a field where silence itself seemed magnified. It was a wide, shallow basin lined with low flowers, and when the breeze blew faintly, it carried with it a kind of humming tone. The dreamer realized, marveling, that the sound was created not by voices or any creature at all, but by reeds lining the floor of the basin. They were hollow, wide, clustered in groves like organ pipes. As currents moved through them, they produced a chord-like resonance, neither loud nor sharp, but deep, mellow, and dreamlike. It was music older than human music, made only by plants and wind. The dreamers stood still for long moments, letting this sound vibrate around them. It entered not only their ears but their chest, like the soothing thrum of waves beneath a boat at harbor. Between notes, the occasional cry of a flying reptile overhead blended so seamlessly into the chord that it seemed part of the symphony. At the far side of the basin, more dinosaurs appeared. These were hadrosaurs, duck-billed, broad-bodied grazers, wandering in gentle flocks. They communicated through deep honks and softer trills that echoed back across the reed-made chords, together forming a conversation between animal and plant, between voice and valley. The dreamer wandered among them. Several raised their heads, but did not startle. Instead, two approached nearer, their massive eyes glimmering as though amused by this odd, small, featherless figure in their midst. They exhaled long, wet breaths through broad nostrils, the air moist and smelling faintly of river weed. Then, satisfied with recognition, they dipped once more to the reeds, pulling and chewing with placid patience. The dreamer half smiled, shaken not out of sleepiness but deeper into it. There was no fear, no unease, only the simplicity of being allowed here, accepted into this circle of stillness. As midday drifted in its slow golden arc, the dreamer finally approached the base of the mountains. Here, the air cooled even more, and the ground sloped gently upward. Pines grew thicker, their resinous fragrance rising in the warming air. Overhead, broad rocky shoulders caught the light, while eagles of the prehistoric age glided wide across updrafts, silent, steady, regal. The dreamer sat on a boulder beside a mountain stream. The water slipped around stones, transparent, dotted with cavorting fish whose silver scales turned sunlight into flashes. Ferns leaned far over the water, their fronds brushing the stream's skin as though stroking it to sleep. Then the dreamer noticed movement across the way, another dinosaur watching them. Its form was unmistakable, yet not frightening. It was a carnivore, tall and erect, powerful legs beneath, tail heavy behind, a creature built for hunting. Yet here in the still dream, it simply stood, gazing across the stream. The dreamer's breath caught for only a second, but then peace returned, for the creature's body language was restful. Its head tilted slightly, as though puzzled by the traveler, but there was no tension, no crouching, no prowl. Eventually, it gave a low, guttural call, neither roar nor growl, but a sound carried lazily across the water, like the clearing of a great throat. In a gesture more instinctual than chosen, the dreamer answered, not with sound, but by laying a hand gently to their heart, then lowering it outward in a sweep of greeting. The carnivore blinked those golden eyes, then with a shift so smooth it almost seemed like drifting mist, it turned away and walked back into shadowed trees. The dreamer sat still for a long time, absorbing this. Even kings of tooth and claw belonged to this serenity, held by the same cradle lull that made every herbivore safe, every moment quiet. Here, even power was calm, and majesty did not mean fear. As the traveler climbed higher, the path curved into another valley basin, this one like a bowl filled with air as clear as glass. Here, echoes seemed multiplied, so that even the faint stir of a wing overhead rolled inside the hollow like thunder heard from far away. And then came voices, not human, but the deep, resonant notes of sauropods farther off among the slopes. Their calls rippled across the valley, layering over one another until the air rang with something immense yet gentle, like an organ filling the nave of a cathedral. The dreamer stopped, sat upon a flat stone, and closed eyes. They let the sound swirl around them, holding their body in place much like a mother might rock a child. Those calls, long, swelling, resonant, were not for language as humans knew it, but they did communicate something the dreamer could feel: belonging, continuity, assurance. It said, "Here we are, here all is steady, here our lives are anchored deeper than time." Time dissolved. The sun may have risen, may have crawled back toward horizon. The dreamer lay back on the stone, inhaling pine and moss, listening, listening, listening. It was as if the mountains hummed through the throats of dinosaurs, and perhaps they did. For in dreams, distinctions blur, and perhaps stone and creature had always been one song. At last, light faded, softened into antique gold, and then into gray blue. The dreamer made their way into a meadow at the edge of a high valley. Here, small ponds gleamed like dark mirrors, stars beginning to crowd their surfaces even before they sprinkled into the sky. Fireflies drifted low, sparks floating lazily. Dinosaurs came to drink. Gentle hadrosaurs, more ceratopsians, a few lumbering stegosaurs with tail spikes that glistened as though dipped in starlight. None clashed. All were careful, measured, stepping quietly with solemn grace to sip, then withdraw, then rest. The dreamer sat quietly at the water's edge, watching each shape merge with shadow as night rose steadily from the earth. The sky, meanwhile, filled with brighter constellations than they'd ever seen at home, stars crowding the velvet sky until it seemed the heavens themselves had spilled a million lanterns. The night pressed in, but not the kind of pressing that smothers. This was the kind of night that tucks. It pulled around the world like a soft quilt, wrapping each being, horned, plated, feathered, winged, human, inside the fold of timeless quiet. The dinosaurs bedded down among reeds and ferns. The dreamer lay upon the moss again, the pond's mirror set before them, showing stars twice over. The steady rise and fall of enormous bodies, breath chanted in every direction. The dreamer's breathing joined them. Heartbeat slowed, almost vanished into the surrounding rhythm. The edge of sleep arrived once again, gentle, careful, its hand open and patient. And so, chapter 4 closed. The mountains stood as sentinels, the valley breathed slowly with its creatures, and the dreamer melted once more into rest along with the entire ancient world, lulled to sleep beneath the weightless hush of infinite stars. The dreamer did not so much awaken as rise, like a feather lifted by invisible air. The vast prehistoric night had passed in deep quiet beneath the mountain's care, and morning came not with sudden light, but with a slow tide of silver breaking over the horizon. They opened their eyes to find the herd of stegosaurs still resting, shaped like mountains scattered across the valley floor. Mist crept low to the ground, curling like silk shawls draped among the ferns. Above, ridges of stone were traced in pale pink, delicate and tentative, as if the day were sketching its own outline with watercolor brush. The dreamer sat for a time, simply listening to breath. Theirs, the world's. Wide silence, deep silence, only broken by far-off bird calls sharp as notes of a flute. And then came a distant scent riding the breeze, salt, cool, awakening, carrying with it the flavor of hidden tides. The sea. They rose gently and began their descent, leaving behind the slopes and valleys, winding through paths where tall cycads stood sentry with fronds spread open like palms lifted in prayer. As the trail grew wide and sun began to lean upon the land more fully, the trees parted, and the dreamer caught their first glimpse of water. Not a stream, not a lagoon, but the sea itself, stretched vast and glittering to the horizon, soft light climbing its surface in endless scattered diamonds. The air shifted immediately. It carried that timeless briny sweetness, cool and sharp, settling gently on the tongue. Breezes sang as they ran their fingers through reeds and whisper grass at the edge of dunes. The dreamer stopped to breathe deeply. Everything seemed slower still by the shore, as though the ocean's rhythm had reached inward and persuaded even the heart to beat with its tides. They stepped onto the pale sand. Each grain sparkled faintly with dew and reflected light. With every footfall, the sand shaped itself willingly, then rested back into place, as though smoothing itself in farewell. The wide beach curved in gentle arcs, embracing the sea's edge. Small pools gleamed along its length, each one holding mirror-clear water where anemone-like creatures swayed slowly below the surface. Birds scurried near the line of foam, primitive seabirds with long legs and curious cries, their feather gloss shimmering faintly bronze. The sea itself muttered inside. Waves rolled not with ferocity, but with infinite patience, rising in slow humps before folding gently into sheets across the beach. Again and again, again and again, the lullaby of water smoothing rock. The dreamer closed their eyes and let that rhythm settle into their bones. After some distance along the tidal line, the dreamer noticed massive shapes upon the damp flats. Dinosaurs once again, though here of ocean-loving kind. Broad-backed hadrosaurs ambled together, dipping heads into weed beds at the edge of shallow water. Their calls blended into deep, vibrating notes, soft honks like rounded horns that echoed across spray and foam. Each movement was smooth, as giant bodies lowered, mouths pulled at weed, rose again, dripping. Their tails swayed with liquid grace, making slow arcs as though drawing invisible paths behind them. The dreamer watched carefully. A few calves trailed by their mothers, climbing haphazardly in and out of the gentle surf. They stumbled in water, then steadied themselves, shaking off salt with eager head tosses. The calls of adults seemed to encourage them, each note low, soothing, reminding, "You are safe here, little one." One of the older hadrosaurs lifted its head and turned deliberately toward the shore, its eyes fixing gently on the traveler. For an extended moment, it held gaze across the divide of sand and water. Then, with almost ceremonial slowness, it lowered its head in what seemed unmistakably like acknowledgement. The dreamer's chest warmed, and they bowed their head too, a mirror of gratitude. Above, the sky held new shapes. Winged reptiles, pterosaurs, sailed close to the water, tips of wings almost grazing the foam. Their glide was effortless, catching currents from sea and land alike. Their cries were not sharp, but low and throaty, mingling with wave sounds into strange harmony. Some dived, dipping beaks to skim fish from water, but even their plunges were not violent, only practiced, quiet motions, like careful strokes of calligraphy across a never-ending page. On distant rocks, colonies of these creatures perched, their wings folded like cloaks. They looked to the sun as though worshipping its light, their stillness as profound as statues. The dreamer felt an odd certainty. Every movement belonged to a rhythm older than tides themselves, as though the world's canvas had always been painted this way. Drawn by curiosity, the dreamer wandered to a cluster of tide pools where rock formations curved upward to shape natural basins. The water inside them was still, reflecting sunlight like tiny cauldrons of brightness. Within scuttled crabs with delicate jointed legs. Fish no larger than a thumb darted between kelp strands that waved with silk-like grace. Kneeling beside one pool, the dreamer dipped fingertips in. The water was warmer than expected, heated by sun-held rock, and it clung to the skin with silky ease. Anemones, luminous pink and white, pulsed slowly as if breathing themselves to music unheard. Transparent shrimp wriggled lazily, translucent ghosts among reeds. Time stretched once more, its pace impossibly elongated, until moments became less like beads on a string and more like the tide itself, folding forever into itself. When the dreamer finally rose, it was to the gradual hush of nearby hadrosaurs lying down to rest, their vast bodies forming long, calm shapes upon the sand. Some faced inward, forming circles around calves. Others stretched outward, heads resting on sand, bellies rising and falling like ships rocking gently in a harbor. The day eventually leaned gently into gold, then into faint apricot hues. Sunlight lowered itself softly into the ocean, laying a long road of fire across the rippling water. The dreamer sat cross-legged near the shore. Their footprints behind were already erased by incoming waves, as though the ocean itself cherished nothing more than blankness. A fresh page for endless writing. Dinosaurs and birds alike grew quieter. Calls softened into fewer, tender notes. Waves continued their lullaby, coming, folding, retreating, repeating, a cradle song the sea had surely sung since the first dawn. The dreamer lay back on his sun-warmed sand. The grains shifted willingly, adjusting beneath weight until the impression of body fitted perfectly, like the sand had been carved long ago for this moment. Above, stars appeared once again, far brighter now for the absence of mountains. They sparkled endlessly across sky and water, their twin lights mirrored across the darkening sea. Every sound slowed towards silence. Only the sea's hush, only the breath of resting giants, only occasional wings sweeping the cool air above. And the dreamer, wrapped in salt scent and starlight, drifted into deeper rest. Their chest rose in rhythm with the tide. Their mind loosened from the need for thought. Safe, held, rocked by a singing sea, washed by gentle dinosaurs upon the shore, the dreamer surrendered fully once more to the deeper dream. So Chapter 5 closed, with the sound of endless surf, with the steady companionship of ancient creatures by the water, with the promise of more peaceful wanderings waiting patiently beyond horizon's edge. The dreamer's rest upon the shore was deep and kind. They rose not abruptly, but in stages, as though the sea needed to hand their sleeping body back one wave at a time until waking was complete. When at last their eyes opened, dawn once again pressed a faint silver rim against the horizon. The waves bowed their farewells with patient sighs, urging the traveler inland. And so they left the shoreline where the hadrosaurs rested, leaving footprints that would quickly be erased by tides. The land sloped gently away from the sea, trading dunes for low meadows, then for wide stretches of grass that whispered whenever the soft breeze stroked their countless blades. The plains began, vast and open, with skies so wide it seemed they stretched forever past the horizon. The dreamer paused at this edge, marveling at the breadth. Here was a land without boundaries, a soft carpet rolling outward like a lullaby without end. The grasses here reached the dreamer's knee, feather-tipped, colored with shades of green and gold that fused into a rippling quilt. Each breath of wind passed through the fields like a hand smoothing fabric, making the whole earth sway in resonance. The sound was its own music, a constant hush-hush like whispers layered upon whispers, as though millions of voices murmured bedtime stories all at once, too soft to distinguish separately, yet perfectly understood as one. The dreamer found peace so immediate that they sat upon the earth, simply listening. It felt like resting inside the very heart of calm itself. The rhythm of the breeze, the grasses bending, the hush repeating. It was less a backdrop and more a guide into slower breathing, slower heartbeat, slower thought. Small dinosaurs moved here too. Herds of smaller, gazelle-shaped creatures trotted gracefully in little groups. They had crests upon their heads, hollow tubes that curved backward, and occasionally their voices lifted into long, resonant notes like clarinets played slowly. The calls harmonized beautifully with the wind, echoing across the plains. It seemed the animals themselves were playing their instruments, the land itself participating in song. The dreamer closed eyes and tilted face to sky, listening until body and land seemed fused into one extended note. When they opened their eyes again, motion stirred far away. Distant dots resolved into dinosaurs, an enormous herd crossing the plain in measured procession. These were towering sauropods, even more numerous than the single companions the dreamer had seen earlier. Their silhouettes rocked gently, necks sweeping like pendulums in perfect slow rhythm. From so far away, their feet could not be heard, but a subtle vibration entered the ground, felt through the dreamer's palms where they touched the earth. The plain itself pulsed with each step of the herd, humming like a faint drumbeat beneath the whisper of the grasses. The dreamer rose, but not hurried. They walked toward the herd, feet brushing lightly over grass still damp with dew. Slowly, calmly, closer and closer. As horizon gradually folded into plain, the massive bodies grew larger until their full majesty towered against the open sky. Each sauropod's skin glimmered in morning light, textures like bark, tones merging with the golden grass. Young walked among them too, dwarfed by parent bodies, yet still vast compared to the dreamer. The young tested their voices, sending higher calls upward while the adults answered with lower, resonant vibrato that shook gently in the chest. The traveler felt as if they stood among an orchestra of breath, sound bouncing from neck to neck, body to body, traveling down the herd like ripples stirring a pond. Time seemed to bend outward here. In the plains, the absence of trees or corner meant one could not easily measure movement. The sun drifted upward, but lazily, painting everything in soft warmth rather than heat. The traveler eventually sat near one of the smaller sauropods, not much taller than a house, which had settled upon its folded legs to rest. Its enormous body curved like a green hillock. The dreamer leaned against it, resting neatly against its side. The dinosaur exhaled, a sigh with depth of oceans. The warmth of its body radiated like afternoon fire, steady and safe. The vibrations of its breath traveled into the dreamer's back, slower than a heartbeat, anchoring them into profound quiet. Small insects buzzed in the grass nearby. Skylarks fluttered upward, dipping and rejoining their flock in unhurried formations. The dreamer closed eyes again, allowing themselves to be rocked by the giant's breathing. Each slow inhale, each sighing exhale became a lullaby, drawing them downward into pockets of half-sleep. The grasses whispered as though singing along. Rest now, all is safe here. Gradually, shadow elongated, stretching fingers of cool blue across the plain. Herds shifted positions, circling together into resting patterns. Calls grew softer, fewer, more like yawn sounds than songs. Light warbled into deep amber and rose, arching across the plain like brushed silk. And then, as stars began to prick their places in the firmament, the sky bloomed. Bands of green and violet light shimmered across the heavens. An aurora, though here in this dream it carried unusual grace, flowing outward like rivers of silk ribbon. It painted the faces of the dinosaurs in shimmering hues, dappling their scales in moving colors. The dreamer reclined upon the grasses, lying flat as if cradled by earth itself. They watched auroras shift endlessly above, weaving pattern upon pattern across the night. Occasionally, a comet blazed, not frightening, but slow, its tail a shining white scarf unwinding gently downward before dissolving into nothing. The dinosaurs lifted their heads to sky, silent, as though they too recognized this show. The dreamer closed their eyes, then opened them again, unable to hold back the desire to keep watching the shifting lights and steady stars. Time lost all measure. It might have been minutes, hours, or epochs. The only clock was the rhythm of slow breaths drawn by herds around them, and the hush of countless grasses pressed flat by wind. At last, everything softened into a night song too quiet for thought. The auroras settled into faint veils at horizon. Stars clustered overhead like jeweled frost. The plain's breeze became cooler, lulling grasses into a gentler hush. Dinosaurs one by one folded themselves onto the ground, immense bodies forming soft hills across plain's expanse. Babies curled against their parents' sides. Adults leaned their long necks into the grass, exhaling slow clouds of warm air that flashed briefly silver under the starry sky before vanishing. The dreamer pulled knees to chest, resting head against arms, sighing long, feeling utterly enclosed by peace immeasurable. Their body fell into slow rhythm again, breathing as the herd breathed, sleeping as the herd prepared to sleep. The plain whispered its lullaby. The stars stooped low, close enough to feel like a blanket draped across shoulders. The grasses folded around as though tucking in all the world at once. And with that, Chapter 6 drifted closed. The dreamer fell into full surrender to the cadence of ancient plains, where sky, grass, herd, and traveler all belonged to a single enormous sleep. The dreamer's breathing rose before their eyelids did. They felt the hush of plains receding, as though all that wide open space were folding itself away like a vast quilt being drawn across the horizon. When they opened their eyes, the world around them was changing, still prehistoric, still ancient, but shifting form, guiding them into something altogether new. The grasses thinned. The ground grew more damp, more fragrant. The air clung faintly to the skin, humid but not heavy, as if the very atmosphere were exhaling long, warm sighs. Mists curled between trunks, and the dreamer realized they had entered the jungle. It was not a place of loudness. Though life teemed everywhere, the tone of this jungle was hushed, reverent, as though the trees themselves had sworn to speak only in whispers. This was no racing rainforest chorus, no clamor. It was a dream-formed jungle, one sculpted gently for wandering hearts in search of rest. The first thing the dreamer noticed was the height of the trees. Vast trunks rose like pillars, each so wide one could lie flat against the base and still not reach from edge to edge with arms outstretched. Above, crowns of fronds and fern-like leaves spread into arches, overlapping until the light was filtered into emerald glass. The jungle carried its own ceiling, soft and holy, each tremor of wind producing delicate movement that resembled chandeliers swaying in quiet halls. Everything shimmered green, not just the plants, but the very air seemed tinted with forest breath. Shafts of muted golden light pierced through occasional gaps, motes drifting lazy within the beams like slow-falling snow. The jungle floor was blanketed in soft layers of decomposed fronds, sponge-like and forgiving beneath every step. The dreamer walked without hurry, feet muffled by the jungle's carpet, head tipped back to watch the tall canopy sway, 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 as if the entire roof of the world rocked like the lid of a cradle. Through the dim cathedral of trunks, the sound of water returned, a river, wider than a stream but narrower than the lagoon, winding patiently. When they reached it, the traveler saw that its surface was so still it acted as a second canopy, reflecting the green arch above. Dragonflies larger than the length of forearms hovered, clapping wings with such slow rhythm they seemed hardly to move. Turtles as wide as chairs rested half submerged along the banks, moss growing over their shells in mottled cloaks of green. Small feathered reptiles peered from vines, tilting heads curiously before darting back into thickets. The dreamer knelt by the river, dipped hands again, and smiled at coolness spilling outward in ripples. Rings of water glided away, each wave carrying mirrored stars of light down the length of the water. Across the current, a rustling began. Slowly, emerging with mountain-like patience, another dinosaur appeared, a euphoriant herbivore plated with long rows of ridges, an old stegosaur. It leaned into the water, lowering its head to drink, tail stretching behind with spikes glinting like ivory in stray light. Its movements were deliberate, respectful, heavy in grace. The dreamer and the stegosaur shared the water for long moments, each balanced across the mirrored surface. No question, no words, just acknowledgement. Two still lives shaped differently by time, now crossing at a moment of extraordinary calm. As the day stretched across the high canopy, sound began to weave itself into thicker layers. Not louder, not harsher, just richer, like instruments quietly joining one by one into an orchestra that refused crescendo. Low croaks of amphibians settled under the music. Birds, colored scarlet and pale turquoise, called gently with tones falling like drops across a pool. Single syllables, long silences, then one more call again. The dripping of water from leaves became part of song too, notes falling without predictability, but always welcome. The dreamer made a seat against the roots of a giant tree, veins curving upward like the arms of an enormous chair. They leaned back, eyes half closed, and listened until their chest rose with the rhythm, until jungle song wrapped them as steadily as a blanket. Time ceased to insist itself. Hours bled into one endless afternoon of slowed breath. Occasionally, herds passed deeper in the green gloom. Hadrosaurs again, their throats giving mellow calls that reverberated warmly through the trunks. Their bodies brushed against plants gently, never forceful, weaving instead into the texture of the jungle so seamlessly that one might think they had grown together with trees over centuries. And then, as though a dream within the dream unfurled its second act, dimness arrived. The jungle darkened not suddenly but diffusely, as if someone pulled gauzy curtains across the sun, leaving traces of silver between folds. One by one, living fires flickered alive in the undergrowth. Glowworms, fireflies, and tiny creatures whose eyes caught moonlight in strange reflective lenses emerged. The forest floor was peppered with sparks, gentle and golden. But some lights were stranger still. Mushrooms huddled near fallen logs glowed faintly blue, a wash of luminescence painting the bark from beneath. Pools of standing water reflected stars alongside bioluminescence, blurring where heaven ended and earth began. The canopy above shifted one final time, and through openings arrived the night sky. Its immense presence loomed above, calm with uncountable stars. Some drifted across by long streaks of meteors falling slow as lanterns released into upward winds. The dreamer's lips parted in wonder, though their body grew heavier and heavier. From shadows at river's edge, more animals emerged. Tall, slender dinosaurs with elongated necks, smaller cousins to the mighty sauropods, wandered into the open. They lowered heads to water, the reflection of stars glimmering across their skin. Their silhouettes blurred with reeds, looking less like terrestrial bodies and more like drawn shapes from myth tales. Some winged reptiles left their rock perches and circled overhead, wings reflecting moonlight as if painted with silver. They did not shriek. They only whispered soft notes left trailing in air, like a lullaby wisp pressed into darkness. The dreamer lay back upon the root throne, eyes heavy, ears filled with countless threads of sound woven now into one seamless fabric. Frogs, slow bird calls, gentle drip of condensing water, far murmurs from heavy herds, insects making strings of sparks across air. It all became one immense hum, a hum that included not only animals and air, not only tree and root, but even the dreamer's pulse, blended into the ancient choir. At last, the jungle itself seemed to lean closer around the dreamer. The canopy bent its arms as if lowering ceiling downward, enclosing the wanderer deeper still. The glow from fungi, insects, and eyes did not brighten but softened, curling into the same rhythm as a candle's flame just before extinguishing. The dreamer exhaled long and loose. Their body, warm against the root, felt weightless. Around them, dinosaurs, stegosaur shadow resting near trunk, hadrosaurs groaning low in muddy channels further off, sauropod cousins huddling riverside, all joined in one act, slowing, pausing, descending into shared rest. The forest did not fall silent, but quieter still, its music reduced to simple pulse, heartbeat of jungle, heartbeat of dream. The stars overhead drifted across canopy gaps like lanterns on rivers. The dreamer's lids folded closed at last. Thoughts melted into the space between insect light and moonbeam. And with that, Chapter 7 ended. The jungle, glowing with tender calm, tucked both dinosaurs and dreamer into its ancient hush, drawing everything into slower, deeper sleep. The dreamer awoke as if carried forward, not roused, not startled, but placed gently into another room of the same eternal house. The jungle's glow was now further behind them. Its voices, fireflies, frogs, sleepy herds, were softened into memory, like faint lullabies that linger in the mind once the singer has gone quiet. In their place came a new sound, quiet lapping, almost non-existent, like someone's fingertip endlessly stroking the rim of a crystal bowl. The air was open again, wider, cooler, scented faintly with fresh water. When the dreamer opened their eyes, they were beside an enormous lake. The lake stretched so far across the horizon that it resembled a sea, though its waters carried no salt, only clear sweetness grown of mountain melt and rain. It extended outward in a span so huge it swallowed vision, yet it was so utterly still that at first glance one could easily forget it was made of water at all. The surface reflected the world with perfect clarity. Every star above was copied precisely below. Every sweep of the aurora's ribbon was painted across its mirror. Except when a fish stirred or when ripples passed like a yawn across the breadth, one could not tell where sky ended or where water began. The dreamer whispered softly, "The world has doubled," though voice went unheard except by the reeds standing tall nearby. Even the reeds seemed to hush more deeply in sympathy, refusing to break illusion with sharp sound. Overhead, the moon hung round and swollen, shining like white milk poured into night. Its twin glowed beneath the dreamer's bare feet, so close it looked as though the dreamer might step forward and walk directly upon it. The dreamer's heart slowed further still, each beat echoing like distant footsteps in an empty hall, and that slowing filled body with comfort more immense than the size of the lake itself. The lakeshore did not stand empty. Across from the dreamer, yet near enough to see clearly in moon tint, a herd of horned dinosaurs approached the edge. Ceratopsians again, perhaps kin to those met in the valleys, but these bore even broader frills, patterned with faint pale markings like painted shields. They moved as a procession, lowering their heads one by one to drink. Their shapes reflected in the water, doubling their grandeur into tall crowned phantoms swimming with silent dignity. From a sandbar farther along, enormous shapes stirred, creatures neither fully land nor fully sea. Long-necked plesiosaurs rose like swans carved from shadow, their bodies still beneath calm surface, only their slender necks breaking above like periscopes. They, too, moved without aggression, without chase, only silence, dipping into shallows with the patient rhythm of practiced eternity. When they lifted heads high, droplets rolled down long throats like strings of jewels, catching starlight for a moment before shattering into sparkles across water. Their breath pushed faint white steam upward into night-cool air, curling like incense toward constellations. The dreamer stood entranced. It seemed here more than anywhere the dream's creatures arrived in balance. Herds of grass-eaters meeting herds of water swimmers, together sharing stillness, feeding or drinking in peace side by side. Even flying reptiles glided across lake's reflection, wings flashing silver as they skimmed fish with perfect poise. They did not disturb. They simply added one careful stroke of motion into water's endless mural. The dreamer meandered along the shoreline, steps cushioned by damp earth, the night air cool and settling across bare arms. Reeds bent gently as they passed. Along one nook of the shore, a group of hadrosaur-like dinosaurs lounged, half reclining in the shallows, their bodies buoyant as logs. They relaxed like animals at a hot spring, laying weightless against mirrored surface while calves climbed onto mothers' sides for play. Occasionally, they blew air sharply through their hollow crests, sending low musical booms across water that made ripples tremble outward. The sound was not frightening. It was deeply comic in its softness, resonating like the long blow of a conch shell. The dreamer smiled faintly. Even the Earth's oldest animals seemed capable of laughter, though laughter not in bursts but in notes so drawn out they might last minutes. A few calves trumpeted their own attempts. Their voices were higher pitches, wavering, broken in length, but parents answered obligingly, weaving encouragement back into their calls. The dreamer sat among reeds to listen as though attending a concert of horns from instruments not yet invented. Gradually, the song stretched slower and softer. Notes ended gentler, pauses slid into stillness. Eventually, the herd lowered crests fully and grew sleepy under moon, bodies buoyant, drifting stiller. Toward the center of the shoreline, the dreamer discovered a long slab of basalt reaching into the lake like an ancient pier. They stepped upon it, moving out above water's perfect mirror until surrounded by twin skies, above and below alike. Kneeling, they touched the surface with fingertips. The faintest ripple spread. Stars shifted upon that ripple as if sliding along, then quickly restored their order. It gave the strange impression of holding the heavens within reach, as though with one touch the dreamer could rearrange constellations. They lay flat against the rock, chin tucked, eyes gazing outward. For a time they stayed there, watching silence made of pure light. Across water, the horned herd had finished drinking and now laid curled near banks, frills catching faded glow of moon. Further still, plesiosaurs drifted downward, sinking into blackness with no splash, as if lake itself swallowed them tenderly into sleep. The dreamer sighed, so heavy yet so comfortable it almost lifted body upward, yet it pressed instead into rock beneath. Eyes blinked slower. At some long, immeasurable moment, colors woke in the sky again. Just above horizon, faint green light formed one arch slowly. It stretched wide until ribbons crossed from far left heavens to far right, shimmering colors shifting from green to violet to faint rose. The same shapes painted shimmering upon lake's mirror. It was doubling again. Aurora above, aurora below, dreamer caught between them, body sandwiched in the middle of a river of light. The sensation was enormous, but not overwhelming. Instead, it was hypnosis, pulling mind into deeper calm. Even the dinosaurs stirred slightly to face the lights. Hadrosaurs raised heads. Frills glowed faint against dancing hues. Pterosaurs wheeled once more, their undersides painted ghostly neon by aurora reflection. And then, as if the lights themselves exhaled, everything slowed again. The lake's sound resumed. Endless hush, endless cradle sway. The dreamer's body at last settled fully into rock's embrace. Their chest rose according to wave's lull, fell according to exhale of far hadrosaurs, rose again with the aurora's sway, fell once more with plesiosaurs sinking. Their eyes filled completely with mirrored sky until no difference remained between them and that sky. When sleep came again, it didn't arrive suddenly. It was gradual, a slow falling through silken darkness, every breath lighter than last, every pause longer. The lake cradled everything. Dinosaurs curled in trust. Water shapes drifted downward. Firefly lights swirled once then vanished. Aurora folded to faint streaks, stars steady as guardians. And the dreamer slid deeper into sleep, entirely certain that no harm could ever come in a world that knew only lull. So this 8th chapter fell closed, upon the surface of a lake still as glass, where moon and stars folded into water, where land and sky became one single dream made steady by gentle prehistoric breath. The dreamer opened their eyes, and the glassy lake was gone. They carried it still within, with stars reflected in memory, with mirrored water lingering in breath. But before them stretched something new, something even quieter, the desert. It unfolded wide in every direction, rolling dunes rising and falling in curves so soft they might have been made by oceans turned still in a single, timeless gesture. The sand was pale, almost luminous under a quiet moon that framed itself high above. A breeze whispered across the land. Every time it did, the grains of sand slid gently against each other, producing not harsh rasp but a subtle hiss, like silk sheets drawn across themselves in the dark. This was no desert of danger or thirst. It was a dream desert, designed of sleep, where absence became itself a gentleness. At first, the dreamer hesitated at the edge. The texture of the ground was unfamiliar, not grassy, not mossy, but infinite softness. With a tentative step they pressed toes into fine grains, and the desert accepted, holding then releasing, muffling every sound. Another step, and then another, and soon they were walking without difficulty, their body lighter than usual here, as if the desert gave back part of its air to cushion them. The dunes stretched wide into horizon. Each curve caught moonlight at a different slant, painting shades of ivory and silver. The valleys between glowed faintly blue. From ridge to ridge, the landscape rippled like sleeping waves. The dreamer thought, almost without words, "This is not emptiness. This is stillness drawn at a scale too large for a single mind." So they walked. It was not silence, not entirely. Wind moved nearly constantly, but never harshly. When it crossed valleys, it produced low tones, as though someone strummed invisible strings stretched between dune crests. When it swirled tighter, it produced higher whistling calls, like flutes made of air. The entire desert was an instrument for the wind. Standing atop one ridge, the dreamer listened to this symphony. It was not music performed for spectacle. It was simply the sound of being, the desert exhaling endlessly, a breath as old as continents. Yet taken together, it lulled the mind deeper into stillness, each shifting gust smoothing rough places in the heart, filling them with calm sand. Far at the base of a dune, the dreamer noticed movement. Slowly, creatures appeared, not fierce, not rushing, but moving carefully in patterns etched from patience. A group of dinosaurs emerged, shorter and more compact than the giants of plains. Their bodies were bulky but calm, crests running from brow to forehead like helmets, built for pressing through sand and scrub. They wandered in small herd, nosing into bushes that clung stubbornly to dune edges, pulling leaves, chewing slowly. Their footsteps sank into sand with muffled thuds, so deep and steady that each one contributed again to the endless hush of sound. The dreamer approached at a careful angle, so as not to intrude. From the herd, one youngling lifted its head. Its eyes were dark, wide, glimmering faintly under moonlight. They regarded each other in shared recognition. The dreamer nodded gently. The calf exhaled one short puff of air, like the gentle sneeze of a drowsy pet, and returned to grazing. Adults occasionally lifted heads to check horizon, but there was no tension in their watchfulness, only the steady habit of guardianship. The desert seemed to keep all safe in its cradle of vastness. Overhead, wings passed once more, pterosaurs gliding without the aid of updraft, using moonlight as pathway. They sailed silently, long shadows crossing dunes before fading again to sky. The dreamer walked long without measuring distance. In the desert, there were no markers, only dunes repeating fluidly. And yet, after a time, they arrived at a hollow where fine sand gave way to a surface smoother than glass. A mirage, perhaps, but one that allowed touch. It was a shallow oasis lake, reflecting night sky as if borrowed from Chapter 8's great waters. Its edge was decorated with tall grasses swaying gently in breeze, though not crowded, as though chosen precisely by desert hand. Tiny creatures stirred along its rim, mammals small as rabbits darting in quick, playful lines. A gathering of dinosaurs, feathered and crane-like, dipped beaks into shallows, scooping water with serene efficiency. They balanced with elongated legs, tipping forward slowly, then lifting again, eyes catching moon above. The dreamer knelt near them, dipping fingers once again into reflection. It was cool, but the cool was easier here, tempered by warmth of surrounding sand. The calm of opposites. They drank carefully, though thirst did not exist in dreams. All the same, water's sweetness grounded them further into place. The dreamer rested by the oasis until faint gold began to rim distant dunes. Moon dipped lower, sun replaced with gentle inevitability, not harsh, but gradual. With morning came more creatures, long-necked browsers adapted to scrub vegetation across dune edges. They moved in groups of twos and threes, bite by bite pulling leaves from thorny trees, their necks weaving like slow dancers above glowing sand. Parents stayed close to young, tails swishing dust motes into golden clouds that sparkled in sunlight until fading. Despite heat rising faintly, the desert remained dream desert. Warmth did not sting, it only wrapped. Sunlight coated everything like layers of honey. The dreamer walked through with eyes half closed, lulled by brightness. Shadows pulled beneath scattered rock outcroppings. Within those shadows, smaller lizards basked lazily, bellies to sun, unbothered. Everything carried an air of slow acceptance. The desert asked for nothing but stillness, patience, breath. Time careened gently onward, but in this place time was a fabric always stretching. When dusk fell again, The colors across dunes turned dramatic yet soft, scarlet bleeding into violet, orange melting to gray-blue. Shadows stretched long like brush strokes, curving with dune slopes until the entire landscape resembled an immense sleeping blanket. Dinosaurs settled here too. Herds gathered in hollows, parents circling calves, tails encircling like barriers of comfort. Winged reptiles folded onto cliff sides, aligning bodies like beads on threads of stone. The dreamer climbed one last dune and looked back. The horizon existed everywhere, endless. Yet within that endlessness was blessing. Nothing crowded, nothing pressed, nothing hurried. Only the fold of eternity shaped into tranquility. They lay down upon crest of dune. The sand adjusted beneath, shaping itself like fluid cushion, so they sank without effort into embrace of earth itself. Above, stars filled sky once more, brighter than ever. One passed slowly, leaving long silver line. Then another. The desert sky was busy, but gentle, never loud, never startling. Only luminous patterns drifting patiently across black canvas. Wind moved again, hush-hushing across surface, filling ears like lullaby too wide to belong to any one throat. The dreamer's eyes closed. Sand cooled beneath them, heat of day releasing softly upward into night air. Dinosaurs all around, herds nestled, pterosaurs folded, lizards basking in retained warmth, collectively ceased their own motion. The desert itself seemed to lower volume further still, nothing but occasional hush of shifting dunes sliding into another. Breath slowed, thoughts emptied. The dreamer surrendered wholly to desert's oldest song, a lullaby made from grains of sand brushing against grains of sand, whispered 1,000,000 times over, patient enough to sing one soul into deep sleep. And so Chapter 9 closed, not abruptly but like deep desert wind tapering beneath dunes, fading, dwindling, blending into silence that was not silence but rest. The dreamer stirred slowly upon desert sand, as though the earth itself had nudged them awake with the faintest whisper of dawn. The dunes stretched silent and silver in the first light, their soft curves resembling the folds of blankets drawn smoothly by a calm hand. No urgency accompanied the waking. There never had been urgency in this dream. The world of dinosaurs was patient, timeless, unconcerned with hours or clocks. But the dreamer sensed gently. The journey had curved upon itself, and it was time to begin the quiet walk back. Not an end, merely a return. They rose and brushed fine grains from their palms. The desert accepted the departure with a hush, as though dunes leaned with approval at each step. Small herds grazed upon scrubs far on the horizon. Their horns caught faint pastel sunlight, flickering like lanterns in mist. Winged reptiles soared silent arcs above, gliding away back toward cliff sides now only faint outlines. The dreamer walked steadily, feeling sand shift and hold beneath their feet like a slow rocking motion. The further they traveled, the stronger grew the sense. This path would lead, softly, home. The dunes melted into lower ground, and there appeared once more the shimmer of water. This lake was smaller than the vast one of still glass, though no less serene. It looked like a mirror balanced gently within a bowl of earth, holding the reflection of skies paling pink. Hadrosaurs stood here at water's edge, drinking quietly. When they lifted heads, droplets hung from their jaws like pearls before falling in arcs back into the lake. One adult noticed the traveler, and just as before, dipped head slowly down in acknowledgement. The dreamer felt warmth of recognition, like meeting old friends along a road toward home. They crouched by the shoreline, dipped fingers again, and let rings of ripples drift far outward. How often had they touched water in this dream? Streams, lagoons, rivers, seas, lakes, each time cleansing, grounding, soothing. Each touch, a reminder, water carried no fear in this land. Only softness, only rhythm. The dreamer drank deeply once, though thirst was a word irrelevant here. Then they stood once again and walked onward. The land rose slightly, and trees began crowding nearer, at first single trunks, then clusters, then whole groves until once more there was forest. The traveler smiled faintly, heart recognizing its cathedral canopy. Light streamed through fern arms and cycads with the same careful reverence as before. Birds with feathered bodies sung scattered, bell-like notes in greeting. Insects whirred low, thickening the air with slow, constant music. The dreamer paused, pressing one hand onto bark of tree trunk so enormous it vibrated faintly, as though in answer. Closer to the river's bend stood another giant, a familiar long neck, body tall as a tower, stepping slow across moss-soft floor. It stopped and turned, lowering its neck. The great warm eyes regarded the dreamer knowingly. There was no surprise here, merely reunion. The dreamer lifted a palm in greeting, whispering, "Thank you." The sauropod rumbled one vast, gentle note down into earth and chest alike, so low it trembled through body deeper than sound. The dreamer lingered by great feet, staring upward at mottled skin glowing with dapples of daylight through canopy lattices. How safe, how anchored, presence made them feel. Eventually, like friends ignoring the pressure of hurry, the dreamer turned gently and continued forward. The long neck remained, chewing calmly, anchored in eternal patience. Past forest, plains resumed, the endless seas of grass bowing to wind. But where Chapter 6 had been filled with awe of their immensity, now the dreamer saw them with returner's eyes. Each whisper of blade, each hush-hush of wind, carried not strangeness but recognition. Smaller crested dinosaurs raised heads once more, lifting their hollow pipes to send flute notes across the grassland. No longer mysterious, their chorus now felt like farewell music, a soft procession of sound meant to guide a traveler home. Once again, vibrations rolled faintly through earth. And once again, herds of sauropods appeared on the horizon, this time seated more heavily in rest, less active. They did not march as a caravan. They reclined like tired guardians, necks draped, bodies curled into warm hills. One lifted head lazily to watch the dreamer pass before lowering head back to grass, satisfied. The dreamer adjusted breathing unconsciously with them, inhaling deeply, exhaling lower, slower. Step after step mirrored the herd's breath until the entire plain functioned as one long. Low ridges rose eventually, climbing back into the foothills. The path wound near streams sparkled with fish, each leap a brief silver spark before sinking to water's hush again. Tall mountains loomed farther off, but this time they were behind, not ahead. Their spines wore veils of twilight light, amber slipping toward fading violet. The dreamer recalled valleys filled with calls of ceratopsians, armored ankylosaurs grazing in reverence. Now those valleys hummed only softly from far memory. The journey did not demand revisiting all things. It merely folded them at distance like beloved letters kept safe in satchels of mind. The dreamer noticed light dimming again. Sky bent once more into lavender, then deepened into velvet, then caught stars like scattered jewels. Each chapter of this dream had carried starlight, and now under this familiar canopy's gaze, the dreamer felt nearer to waking, nearer to departure. Not abrupt, not sorrowful, only an inevitable folding back into self. Dinosaurs stirred and lowered themselves in their chosen places. Ceratopsians curling horns across calves, stegosaurs aligning tails like fences of safety, hadrosaurs breathing slow through crests. Pterosaurs folded wings against cliff ledge perches. The entire prehistoric world sank again in rhythm with dreamer's own weight. The dreamer finally found themselves where the journey had begun, a meadow, quiet, open, filled with tall, waving grasses. The exact spot of first arrival, or one so close its difference mattered less than sigh of grass beneath palm. Dawn seemed just behind horizon again, sky tinted in forever twilight. And stepping from behind reeds near river's bend came once more that first companion, a long neck rising, magnificent, lowering head with curiosity and calm. The dreamer laughed faintly, not a burst, but a long exhale shaped into joy. It was all a circle without edge, where endings and beginnings became same. They stepped forward, rested palm briefly on earth at Dinosaur's giant foot, then turned at last toward horizon. The dinosaur's breath rolled warm into air, wave of assurance. And so the dreamer lay down once more among grasses. Things had not ended. They only changed shape into memory. Muscles loosened, eyelids fell. Around them, dinosaurs chimed their last notes of the night choir. A low rumble here, a hollow trumpet there, quiet droning of insects filling pause. With each sound, slower breaths entered the dreamer, smoothing edges one final time, carrying them toward the next shift, back into bed, back into waking, back into self. But even as the coming dawn meant return, its meaning was not farewell. The land of dinosaurs would remain, waiting, patient as star, eternal as dune, placid as mirrored lake. The dreamer sank, body impossibly light, into grasses that held. The prehistoric world folded like a great cradle around them, humming lullaby beneath breath. All is safe, all is still, all is dream. And Chapter 10, and the journey entire, closed not with a door, but with a blanket pulled gently at the chin. The dreamer stirred one last time. Grass brushed against their cheek, but it was no longer tall, ancient reed. It was the humble grass of a backyard, or maybe only the edge of a pillow, softened into memory. The stars above had begun to fade. The endless auroras, the mirrored waters, the great arch of night full of drifting lights, all of it retreating with kindness, as though stepping backwards into curtains of mist. The dinosaurs were not gone. No, their shapes lingered, but softened into silhouettes, then into vibrations, then into feelings at the edge of thought. The long neck who had bowed low, the clustered herds rumbling across plains, the shining wings sliding silently along a shoreline sky, the glowing jungle, the mirrored lake, the desert winds whispering lullabies. All of them were still there, pressed gently against the heart, not as weight but as warmth. The dreamer realized, smiling faintly in their near wakefulness, that the journey had left them different, not changed in a way one marks with words, but settled, slower inside, softer at the edges. The kind of difference one notices when a song lingers in the air long after the music has stopped. With a long breath, they opened their eyes. The room around them was quiet, dim with early morning light, so muted it looked like the first pale dawns of the dinosaur land. Shadows stretched gently across walls, like old ferns etched faintly into stone. A bird outside gave a careful call, high and single, as if carrying forward the flute tones of long-vanished crested dinosaurs. The dreamer exhaled, and everything felt safe. They lay still before rising, eyes half closed, letting sensations of the dream drift one last time. The hush of grasses bowing to wind, the deep, slow breath of giants at rest, the mirrored stars upon water, the velvet of dunes flowing like sleep itself. It all remained, though faint, though fleeting. A lullaby so patient it would never truly end. It would simply hum always, somewhere below the heart. The dreamer understood now. They could return whenever they wished. Each night, each moment of rest held the key. The dinosaurs in their land were waiting, unhurried, timeless, gentle beyond measure. Sleep is not simply absence. It is a passage, a road one can walk into worlds carved only of peace. The dreamer closed their eyes once more, though awake. In that pause between realms, they whispered into memory, not needing reply, but sending gratitude all the same. Thank you for showing me how still the world can be. The wind, whether from an open window or from within that dreamland's ancient field, answered softly. And so the story of dreaming with dinosaurs ended not with goodbye, but with the assurance that endings do not exist for such journeys. They are lullabies one can replay forever, each night, each breath, each starlight.